So Morgan, Faye deserves worse than death. Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Emerald Fishy. We have here with me one Maddie. Indeed. And we are ready to gizzity go. It's trial time.
I apologize for nothing, by the way.
Yo, am I by myself? Morning, Pearls. What's gonna happen to Mystic Maya? Sorry, we don't know yet. Investigation's still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. So, Sister Iris still trying to remove the trick locks? Oh, shit. How come she's not here in the defense lobby? If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh, shit, that's not Godot. That's Edgeworth. I guessed wrong. She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. What are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisco isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Who else would it be but Godot? Francisca's engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. You know, I mean, she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistant, naturally.
Damn, Franny does have a heart.
I guess so. Fuck. We estimate the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Hope everything continues to go smoothly and recovers some good news soon. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. I know. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. On the way here, I decided today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Aw, thanks.
Hey!
My boy! Still don't have answers for a lot of this shit. Circumstances around the murder. No, Misty. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And that woman's really after. I'll solve them all and bring the whole tragedy to an end. District Court, courtroom number 7. Alright. Let me refresh myself. Cult Temple featuring the Hazakura Temple. Got it right there. This hasn't even come up yet, has it? Hazakura Temple. Hanging Scroll. Gravy. There she is.
Gravy roast to the master. I make jokes to mask the pain.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine now that we're over the hump of it. See before lights out, protects from evil spirits. Weather report, 7 to 10:50. 10:50 to 10 to 11. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge, 10:45. 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. Had the victim's blood and the suspect's fingerprints, but it's not the murder weapon. Sword hidden inside. 10 to 11. Loss of blood from stab in the back. Running lights out. Bell after 10. Was then in her room until the murder was discovered. Taking that Still noting those footsteps that look like footsteps to me there. Courtyard where Elise was murdered. Sketch of what he saw that night. Outcropping near Dusky Bridge. There's blood on it. Worn by Elise, found in the garden of the inner temple. Orders from Morgan Fay. God, I can't even look at that right now. Alright, let's do this. Your Honor, what are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. I'll be standing in for him. I see. It's the brothers. That explains a lot. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad he couldn't be here. So it begins. It's impossible to predict. What the fuck? Precinct. Yeah, sick. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. It's precisely
God,
why.
the precinct system is broken. It's impossible.
No, it's impossible. Fuck. Why people feel the need to judge the best. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said. I understood what you said, at least up until the end anyways. Now please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... Forget it, what do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime, but today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession. Oh? The defendant? Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. That's... You can leave the second one out. You can introduce yourself first, you know. A simple man undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Is there something you want to confess to? First, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. Okay. Are you saying you were an accomplice? That's correct. Okay. 3 minutes in and I'm already covered in cold sweat. Everyone on the planet's an accomplice to something. Just happens to be, in this case, it's murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Could tell. Confession's what they were conferring about. Looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Damn, okay, we're just gonna assume she's telling the truth. Got it. If you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? I was covering for someone. No, I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I was going to temple ever since I was a little girl. It's run by one of the branch families. Oh, it's run by one of the branch families? Fuck. That's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. But daughter of the master of the Kudain channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Wake up and smell the coffee, Wright. She's naming Maya.
Yeah, we're doing this.
I did see this possibility yesterday. I was wondering. I wondered out loud. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's become kind of a running theme within the franchise, and I absolutely despise it.
Defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. To your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined a case would wind up going in this direction. To the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. Mystic Elise strike Miss Maya with her staff. Mystic Maya was still stumbling. Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for doing it. So it was in self-defense. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got instincts of a true criminal.
Sure, it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that person who did go was that one. Even admitted it. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, Iris, why you fucking lying? Okay, let me review. Alright, let's go. Let's go with the press. Testimony's changed quite a bit since yesterday. On the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Did she now? Too bad for you, what she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go?
I was in the inner temple's training hall.
Private conversation between the two of you doesn't constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay.
I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's... girlfriend?
Something's fishy about this.
Scully strike Mystic Maya with her staff. You're saying the victim attacked Maya this way. Struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? Couldn't move, couldn't even speak, since shock. This doesn't sound right. Reached in her robe for a weapon. What was this weapon? Dagger, huh? Tried to stab her with this weapon to kill Miss Fey.
Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcester sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem with it? Yes, I fucking do!
I'm pretty sure you know exactly what the problem with this testimony is.
That's not a knife!
Not to mention, why would
Let's see it again.
Elise even need to use just the staff?
Alright. Sorry, lady. I know something you don't. There's something strange about your version of events. She was throwing her staff away makes no sense at all. All you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, but the victim's staff had a blade in it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise really had wanted to kill Maya, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands. Well, what do you have to say?
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. Never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff, but even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and quite ineffective in close quarters. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade.
Well,
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. It's that she tried to kill Maya. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
is something strange
Look,
about
there
that.
is something strange about that.
We all say.
Why would Misty Faye try and kill her own goddamn daughter?
I hear of another piece of evidence that shows the testimony can't be trusted. Would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey because, would that be the talisman? Because that's what proves her identity?
I think so.
Mr. Godon?
Ask me, but the only thing that seems strange is the angle of
But
this.
it's the profile.
Stick your finger in an electrical outlet might be safer for you. Otherwise, it might get bitten off the next time you poke it in the wrong place.
I just wanted to see the dialogue. Yeah, entirely possible that it could be real name Misty Faye. Let's try that, yeah. Okay. She would never have attacked Maya Fey. Why are you so sure? The victim's real name was not Elise. Her real name, Misty Faye. No. Not Mystic Misty Faye. Who is Misty Faye? Is she related? It's the master of the Kurain channeling technique and also the mother of Maya. Are you serious? Yo, what's up, Ollie? Get that burninating on.
Well, that's right. Ollie, you should probably go back and watch the vlogs because you missed so much important shit.
It's true. The idea that she would try to kill only her daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years, the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order in the quarter. First hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, keep me confused. Supposedly threw away a sword, and the two people battling were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. Taken together, the entire story seems difficult.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible except for one little thing.
What is this little impossible thing?
Still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you've no idea, Gramps.
What? Could you get to your point?
Heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I'd taken the first sip of my 8th cup.
You're gonna ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the crime scene. And he discovered this little
Oh shit!
Do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be a bloodstain. Where'd you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Did you say investigate the pine tree in the crime scene?
Pine tree?
dagger was stuck in the back side of it. The last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
That belongs to the victim, correct?
Were you even listening, old man? First heard this confession this morning, as I'd taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning
I think you said it was 8, yeah.
Didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence, and a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff. Hey, bailiff. Get this shit to the fuck. Ah, my brain melted. Alright, we got numerous unbelievable aspects, but we do have the dagger. We can consider testimony to be credible.
Cute girls never lie, ever.
That is hardcore bullshit right there, Mr. Godot. You know that as well as I. Battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. The battle. Stigmaya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. She dodged the next attack and stole her weapon. Elise was on the defensive. They're back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. Cross-examination. Cross-examination.
Cross-examine.
Whoa. What the fuck is happening?
Hello?
Hi. Everything just flickered and died for a second. I hope it's not the dual monitor setup that's fucking things up. It closed my Discord window. Oh, it put my Discord window back here.
That's odd.
Yeah, this happened to me the last time I tried it as well. Dual monitor setups and I don't get along.
Maybe it's the graphics card?
I tried it with a different graphics card as well. Like my previous
Could be the
graphics
adapter
card did
then.
the same things. Different adapters. I've tried swapping adapters, graphics cards. The only thing I haven't tried is swapping the monitor itself, because I don't have another one. Mystic Elise was on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. So Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Managed to fling the knife away. She collapsed. Seems like a reasonable story at first. There's one thing's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible. Which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Alright. Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued. You're standing near the garden's stone lantern. Whole thing from behind. It's dark when the two of them were. I think that's why they didn't see me. So, yeah. struck the lantern and fell to the ground. Saying Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. It is silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You're the one who started it. So Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Goose. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did you just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman killed was Elise. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? Two of them faced each other for a moment. Elise managed to fling the knife away, but she collapsed. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. I'm like 1,000,000,000% sure that's not a pine tree.
But Americans are dumb!
He seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and stood there not moving an inch. Then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, reasonable story at first. Take a look at that knife. Behind a temple, a tree in the inner temple garden. I mean, I definitely have questions. How was Maya able to steal the whole staff? Why didn't she use it on Elise if this story is to be taken as true? Why did she just throw it away? How did she jack her knife as well? Like, I've got a lot of questions, and
Not a lot of answers.
not a lot of answers, and not a lot of ideas as to which questions I should be asking.
Okay. Let me see if I can point in the proper direction.
Okay, I'm gonna like start shotgunning this for a sec. Why would she be hit over the staff when the staff is a sword? Okay, that's not it.
Okay. Double check
She's-
the autopsy report and then compare it to the testimony.
Oh, everything makes sense now. She was stabbed from behind. You fool. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. According to you, Maya Face stabbed the victim who had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? At the very least in the front. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in the back. This proves the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What's the meaning of this?
It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
What'd you say, Maddie?
I'm kind of wondering if you've got any theories growing.
The fact that so many people are dead and so many people are capable of challenging makes theory crafting, like, impossibly possible. Like, anyone alive at any point could have been channeling anyone dead for any combination of whatever to make things work.
Well, I mean, it's been shown that Iris doesn't have spiritual powers. Just a key.
It's not necessarily been shown. Well,
there are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee.
it's never been completely solidified whether they have or haven't. I mean, at the very least, Iris is a Fae, so theoretically, she would be able to have that sort of channeling powers.
Actually, it was stated by Bikini that Iris doesn't have any spiritual powers.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Huh, okay.
Witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and couldn't see clearly. Human needs one thing to see clearly, and that's light. Do you know the Inner Temple has a rule that on nights where an acolyte is in training, the stone lantern to the garden is always to be lit?
I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime it was impossible to light that stone lantern. It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to be nearly pitch black in that garden. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Oof.
That illuminating fact chased all the contradictions away. The staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. Explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak, isn't that right, Trite? Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
Okay, sick. My second monitor just very briefly shut off for a single second before coming back on again.
What's wrong, Your Honor? Is that flame too hot?
This lantern, there's something written on it.
I gotta wonder if maybe it's your PlayStation TV.
I've been suspecting that for a while now, to be honest.
Because I've never heard of anything like that happening. I've had my computer hooked up to 3 monitors for ever, and I've also had it hooked up to my TV before, and I've never had any problems like that.
Yeah, it's been constant for me.
You have said that the PlayStation TV does have odd, weird quirks and consistency issues that people have reported with it.
Yeah, it was built into the, it is a known bug that just never got fixed, that for whatever reason, every so often, the display will just black out and then come back on for about a second and a half. I got it knowing that, but I didn't realize it might fuck with multiple monitor setups at the time, because I didn't even...
Oh, I think I know what's happening.
Oh! Oh, baby!
It's like one where it doesn't...
Oh, hold
It
on,
might-
hold on. Everything just kind of died a little. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Hey, okay. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah, so I think that confirms my theory, because when a monitor is disconnected from a multiple monitor setup, it resets the other monitors.
That would do it. Well, I
So I
am...
think your PSTV might be fucking with
Yeah.
the monitor setup.
It's entirely possible. Well, hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? Talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern. It's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all. My eyesight's pretty messed up. And with these huge goggles, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. He's at least red colorblind. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. He's literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. It's been established that Miss was killed by Maya Fey. It's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master. So I removed the body from the air temple by myself, dragged it behind me all the way to Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. I used the Shichi Shito to alter the way the wind looked. You moved the body. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. Even so, I never imagined that Elise was actually Misty Fey. I committed a terrible sin. Trick of fate. I believe you're looking for twist of fate, Your Honor. Returning to the Air Temple, I would have taken care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun. And that's why I couldn't go back. The story makes sense, I suppose. Alright, go ahead with the cross-exam. Gotti! After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. So you waited until everything was over before making a move. It's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprised she was a little timid. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless. I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Wow, Judge. Wow, Judge Judgerson. Korean technique. So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. Of course I did. That's odd. Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone position. She's a very special person indeed. Why did you do that? I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. The best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. impossible if it wasn't for the snow. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy, despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple gold.
There's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the river? Would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura. It still casts too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. Take the body as far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me, for the time being. Anyways, what'd you do after you crossed?
Use the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. Snowmobile. I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from the temple to Jessie Bridge. I heard that was in the temple. Question the other day. Yeah, we gotta ask for more details. Ask about the tracks. There should be tracks left in the snow, right? This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? I think they are. I can only see one set of tracks here. Let's see what's so strange about that. Snow is still falling where I left. When the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. It's important. I'd like the statement to be added to the testimony. All will be made clear if you allow our statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped.
It's alright, Godot, I get your drift.
Wait, yeah, none of this explains how she got the bruises afterwards. Or beforehand, I mean. Hang on. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Time 11 to 10. Cross-reference that with the weather data. 7 to approximately 10:15. Murders took place. Is the idea to say that there's a 15-minute gap there that it could have? Oh boy. Oh, here it goes again. Alright, you know what? Quick thing, emergency maintenance. I'm getting this. This monitor is more trouble than it's worth right now. Oh, holy shit. Alright, I'm back. I have a white screen, but I can still hear the game.
What you say? That you only meant well, cause you did. What you say? That it's all for the best.
Alright. So... Let's just quickly change the display method real quick. There we go.
I was gonna say either you might need to either disconnect the monitor or disconnect. Restart.
Yeah.
But it looks like you got the game back.
Yeah, I just had to, like, quick restart the, display, whatever it's called, display method. Okay, by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Do I present this? No. Press it. There've been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, you sure it's all true? When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. I think I've trapped this.
Sorry, you had the right piece of evidence, but the wrong statement.
Oh, for real? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there'd be a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelations? The fuck is that reference? Let's see what's up your
I have
sleeve.
no idea.
I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of.
The one in question is the fourth statement.
Dragging her body?
Yeah.
So is the idea that the snow would have halted her being able to drag it?
No. The theory is there would have been drag marks if the snow had stopped at that point, like on the other side of the bridge.
That makes sense.
Also, what's up, Ollie?
Hello. I'm finally
So,
gonna do an art.
Ollie, I should probably
Famous
give
last
you a
words.
quick rundown of at least the most important plot points that you missed, because holy fuck, they are important.
It seems as though Iris is now innocent and Maya is the killer now.
So, okay, here's what's going on.
Yeah, do
We
it.
found out last night that that Elise is actually Misty Faye, Maya's mother, and that Dahlia Hawthorne was executed last month, and Pearl had been told by her mother to channel Dahlia in order to kill Maya to end the primary family's bloodline and make her the master. We also learned that Dahlia and Iris are twins, and that they are actually Morgan's daughters from her first marriage, who were taken away by their father. Iris was dumped at Hazakura Temple, while Dahlia wound up stealing the jewel from her father and faking her death.
And then got to prison.
And then went to prison because she tried to murder Phoenix. So that's how all three games got tied together.
Hey, but is Pearly safe?
Yes, thankfully.
Good. Because if anything happened to that small child...
Well, that small child did absolutely get manipulated into being an accessory to murder by her own
All
mother.
children are easily manipulated.
No, fair.
And-
But what I'm trying to say is I will never forgive her mother for that.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I'm
Uh,
not saying forgive the mom, I'm saying
I was-
forgive the child.
I was extremely upset last night,
Ooh,
Yeah.
and
spicy.
that was the
Oh.
most upset I have been at a fictional character. Morgan Fay is the worst and deserves worse than death. That's where I'm at right now.
Ooh. big words. That's where my fucking other sleeping mask went. It was beneath my fucking tablet.
Snow didn't stop until 10:50, but you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. Oh. I forgot about that. Also, Maddie, I'm having a sneaking...
Sorry.
I said I'm having a sneaking
Keep going.
suspicion that this second monitor actually might be shorting out in and of itself as well, because half the time I'm getting issues where both monitors go berserk, but half the time I'm getting issues where only that monitor shuts down temporarily.
Well, like I said, even like a micro stutter in the primary monitor can cause both to reset.
Yeah.
So, like, even if it's not perceivable, it can cause both to reset.
Guess I'm gonna have to end up prioritizing whether or not I want a new monitor or a PS4 first for my big purchase over time.
One day, I'll get back to streaming Final Fantasy XIV.
Well, Fish, if you want to save for a PS4, go right ahead, because guess what? I have a little TV that works perfectly as a monitor sitting right behind me that's not being used.
The thing is, I also have one. I actually have enough TVs that I could make a viable setup, but the PS monitor has a... It's got the thing where it's really annoying to a lot of people, understandably, because it's reflective and glare, but it's also way clearer in its image, so I can see colors properly through it when I'm doing color-sensitive stuff like photo editing. So, like, I have trouble giving it up or replacing it with one of the non-that TVs that I have. Maybe I
Well,
should.
if you're doing that, you could always use the CRT, because that has the best color reproduction than any LCD that you're ever going to play.
Really?
CRTs have amazing color reproduction capabilities. They've got some of the blackest blacks and some of the deepest colors.
Really? Huh. Maybe I'll use the CRT for my art from now on.
And use the CRT for that shit, and then just have one of the LCD monitors for primary functions like gaming.
That sounds awesome. So what's the deal, Iris? Why you always lying? Why you fucking lying? Only person who truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? The witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. The important thing is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yeah, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard, and second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating the body. What are you claiming this time? Is it myself at all that night? So my memory is still somewhat hazy.
Ron.
You
God,
stood
what
at
the
that
hell is
witness
all
stand and
this?
testified this entire time. Are you telling us your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you explain this for the court. When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. Somehow the body traveled across the bridge, found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this magic trick. Not exactly, no. Must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. Now this is really interesting. In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Has it? ever been established that when someone is killed mid-channeling, they retain the body of the person they were channeling or not?
I believe that does get explained. If they're killed mid-channeling, then they will. I'll just explain it now because it's not really that big of a deal, and I don't think it really comes up until it's explained. But they do release the spirit after, like during death.
Yeah.
Like, the spirit will retain control while dying, but as soon as there's no signs of life, the spirit obviously leaves the body.
Okay. So it's not possible that Misty was killed in the inner temple area and then was channeled by someone else at Hazakura Temple only to be killed again.
No, it's not possible.
Got it.
But I do believe that Godot presents a photo of Dusky Bridge, and if you compare that to other pieces of evidence in your court record, you should be able to figure out what's going on.
Okay. I don't think he's presented it yet. Unless I missed it. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Are you saying there's a way to cross a burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding. It's a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. Ah, here we go. It's taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp. One of the suspension wires is gone. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall.
Maddie, I love the I'm you, but better.
Thank you.
It'd be impossible to carry a corpse on the bridge on this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. I'll be accused of murder.
Right. I'm only gonna say it one more time. It's only human to err, and only humans can spot the error of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright. This is a really interesting one to me, so I'm gonna request you don't give me hints until I specifically ask.
Press on all of them.
Well, obviously.
That's my hint. I can't give hints.
Couldn't have crossed the bridge. I think it's just like Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. Must have just gotten confused. You seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. I'm sure the snow had already stopped. Does she really think an apology's gonna get her off the hook? It's no joke. You're giving sworn testimony.
Apologies would get her off the hook.
Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Naturally, it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. It was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire.
Don't you think that sounds a bit silly? Dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing?
If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness.
Ah.
After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something.
Body across a burning bridge. Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, I'll start examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. Gotta be like a shock! Okay.
Dog is looking at me weird.
I swear to God, if this is it. If this was it. Is this game serious right now? Alright. I would like Phoenix Wright to explain this to me.
Well, that's where you're wrong, because you're gonna have to explain it.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Good old, is that an Irish coffee? And if so, can we have some?
An Irish coffee?
Irish cream has alcohol in it.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, Nana actually has some. That sounds good now. Miss Elise's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice.
I just straight up meant coffee, but with booze poured in.
Oh. That still sounds good. That night he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall. That's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it, Mr. Wright? You seriously claiming the victim flew through the air, and you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Well, Wright, there's nowhere for you to hide now, other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything?
Pretty sure it does, and I'm gonna prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn the case
chessboard.
if you're so eager to flip the chessboard, why not start with this sketch?
Okay. Huh.
Oh, it looks like a person's falling upside down.
I think it was meant that people would turn their DS upside down.
Yeah, but he can't. Also,
But yeah, if you
I
compare
realize
the
how
sketch
silly
to
that-
the bridge.
You know what? I think it's time for me to... Oh, really?
Maddie, I have a problem.
What?
So I opened Side to start up drawing. I suddenly have the
You're
urge
not
to
drawing?
clean my desk.
I'm gonna try that one.
I'm like, I have all of these dishes I should take downstairs.
I don't think Mr. Face is gonna forgive any more mistakes.
Just send help.
Think it over. Sketch drawn
With
back.
that said, I am at least gonna get rid of the dishes. I'll be back.
Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh. Okay, that's not what I meant. That was the last thing I wanted to hear.
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet.
Wish they had.
At least, even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least one cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time.
I appreciate that, Godot. Let's go back. Something's obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Laurice said it over and over. This sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we were to believe his testimony, then this sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. What exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
How do I even... Is it the lines? Because those lines would be at the bottom rather than the top? I'll try that.
You're correct.
Okay. It's the wire connecting to the bridge.
Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality?
It is indeed.
Show us the reality it's supposed to conflict. It supposedly conflicts with. Something that points out how the sketch...
Okay, where's... Right, the photo. Very nice, very nice. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But the actual Dusky Bridge... The wires are below the guard wires.
I still don't exactly know what this explains. That just means...
How was the body falling at that point? Why the body falling?
Just saw it, drew it. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
Someone like Larissa, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
You say you know the answer.
Listen, think back, alright? Remember what he said during... He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never gonna come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larry must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That's the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
No way.
He witnessed the event lying on his back, face up. The scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually be... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. Correct way to view the sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. Just like a pendulum.
Ridiculous.
That would explain the snapped thing. Are we actually going with the idea that she basically used the fucking wire, cut it, and swung over with a body on her? Is that what we're... Hang on. I need the map real quick. I need the map real quick. Is that why the crystal ball fell there? Did it fall in mid-air as they were swinging? Is that what we're going with?
Well, if you also look at the map, there's a missing wire on the inner temple's side.
Yeah. You're right. We're actually going here. So...
It would also explain the bruises on Elise's body.
Oh my god. But that happened before she died.
It happened after she died.
I thought it said... After death. Oh, shit. Body fell 10 feet. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're actually doing this. She went and fucking... I kind of wish I had, like, an NFL fucking, like, highlighter right now, so I could just swing the absurdity of this visually. Alright, Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover the distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. The lightning strike at the night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense the criminal would have been prepared for the rope beforehand. So then, the criminal... They didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope in hand to create the pendulum? Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that photo! The meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around the body. That's really what we're going with. And you're telling me it magically untied itself at the exact moment.
Not necessarily. Just keep going and you might see how this was accomplished.
So are you telling me that, like, the suspect grabbed the fucking handle on one hand, had Elise on the other, swung and, like, let go of her, like, fucking tossed that shit? And you're telling me that happened?
Not saying at all.
What the fuck is going on? I need this too, my friend, and I have a second cup here. I suppose it's not an impossibility. Ugh. Excuse me while I do a cup transfer. It's not the question to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right? I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence the body was swung over? That, my friend, would be balls to you. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to the photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the... Oh, man, that would be that's an exact. That is exact. Let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. Makes you think something like that happened, because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. Oh, I bet both would have worked. It says here the body fell about 10 feet after her death. I like that. I like that. That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum but came loose and fell 10 feet. As a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It was one that came off of Miss Elise's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found. I believe it already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. This very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. That is absurd. Impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Ow! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. That was a dark and bitter guess you made, Wright. But you forgot about one thing. The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more? Criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say. Then naturally there must have been an accomplice laying in wait to catch it.
criminal wasn't across Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Wright? This. I think I get it.
Who was the person who received the body on the temple? Okay. I hope both of them will work. Stupido. Okay, no. No?
Flip things around.
Damn, back.
Oh. I see. Can only be you, Sister
Everything that
Iris.
was testified yesterday was the truth.
I don't see why you're so
What you mean?
surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile, but with her bad back, Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Somehow something you should have already known. You already knowed it! You already knowed it! The body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. It'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing, unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris?
Objection!
Are you serious, Wright? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach during this trial. Her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. She's trying to pin the murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is fucking Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
It's just your imagination, Gramps. The file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. I just want to say, it's been your noble presence.
According to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
Yeah, he would know.
He would know. He would fucking know. My sister, she's already dead. Kind of. Objection! You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Kurain channeling technique flows within that body. That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. We're gonna put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens?
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all oh, I expected to have to present that. Just did it. Maybe it was so obvious that it just gave it to me. Part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. Means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave the hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Do you even know what you're saying, Wright? It's all channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true you found plans. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, that Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by the pendulum.
That's right.
Naturally, that would mean the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. You with me so far?
Yeah.
Being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall, and they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced.
Suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous?
Probably.
Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places?
To be perfectly honest, there's still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. She doesn't... Okay. Confirmed. She doesn't have the spiritual powers needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia? I mean, I suppose in the inner temple area.
Think back to the events of yesterday with the earthquake.
Yeah. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move freely unsupervised. Who was it? Who would give the murder suspect time to move about freely like that? Sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Gotta throw a certain individual under the bus, unfortunately.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
Edgeworth.
Edger.
There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
Dog, what are you doing on my bed? Get down. Dog.
In the name of the truth, I hope he understands.
Why are you crazy?
Went to the inner temple right away. True Iris was there, however. They had already switched places by that point in time. When I
Oh
arrived
boy.
at the training hall, I was met another by Dahlia Hawthorne. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. that voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. It's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired.
So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it. For her, for myself. Damn! Mid-court to be continued. Damn, she just up and did it. Courtroom number 7. Everyone is abuzz. Continue where we left off. Well, witness? Yeah, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Seems we're trying to learn the truth.
So, the best song just came on for this whole spirit channeling thing.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters theme.
Oh my god.
That's what Wall Street's been talking to something. I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
Oh my god.
I am. This bitch is terrifying.
She is! Alright, tell us about the
Also,
plan.
it is really creepy seeing Dahlia with Iris's color palette doing those smears.
The whole plan began
Yeah,
with my
I
death.
have my pressure sensitivity back.
A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master, but for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong. It seems to have succeeded anyways. So that means you really are. Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya? Yeah. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense! There's no way that...
Watch yourself, Trite. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's my rule.
And that's the judge's rule as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? The whole plan began with my death. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How'd you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. So that's when you discussed the plan. You crazy? First, that woman was planning to kill me too, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kuroin. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took the place as master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. The worst part is, like, I buy all of this. Fortunately, neither of us
I mean,
have
at this point, Kelly doesn't really have any reason to lie.
Yeah. It's super fucked up that, like, we were abandoned by her along with our father. The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple. I mean, Iris. Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father has absolutely no interest in children in general. The real horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It's her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. Born with an abundance of spiritual power. Fortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She's willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. You were gonna kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in this letter and channel me. Then I would simply use her body and finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger sister, on Sister Iris.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
The witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
Never would have guessed she was going to return to the temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyways. Why'd you want to pin it on Iris? She's her twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. Couldn't care less about her. You just don't understand. You never will. Anyways. Plan went wrong. It seems to have succeeded anyways. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of master will pass on to Pearl. That's absurd. She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you, your sniveling naivete and pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desire. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. That's how you feel? Why'd you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul you are. You may not appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? It's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. The day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. Lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. She was just using Morgan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was to kill Maya. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Gotta keep a cool head. Need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after. Give me a few to think this through. Ha! You
White fish.
twisted bitch.
I have a suggestion, Fish.
I already got it.
Oh, it has fucking nothing to do with the game.
Oh, okay. Tell me.
Replace my icon with that of the frog missile. Because that's still a Halloween icon.
That's
You
remind
have
me.
the file.
Remind me.
Mind you?
I
Alright.
I don't exactly know where it is, so I'd have to go searching for it.
Alright. Well,
Alright.
by tomorrow, I'll be wanting it to be probably like rain if Lucas does it quick.
Fair enough. Your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya herself. None of you have the
How
power
does
to
Serpent-
punish me anymore. I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
The reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. How do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on forever. I wanted to take that person away. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. The only way I could get my revenge. It's the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? Your goal was no different. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world, quickly pinned my hair up, put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side. It was at least who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple, and wobbled back clutching her poor old back. What'd you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger and got from the storeroom. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. It's not like her at all. I wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her. That's where my memory temporarily stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there.
How'd you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I'd killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. It was early in the morning. Someone came into the training hall. Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya, Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
Flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed, and the police had started investigating, right?
Oh, whoops, that was Godot. Godot suddenly did a Dahlia impression. Whoops.
He started channeling Dahlia too. Oh
No! No, not another one!
Spreading.
It's spreading.
Oh, God.
Turned to the
Except for
cavern.
Legatine.
Back on myself. I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse that I had hoped, but just then, Lady Luck showed up. After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. Came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what happened. It was then that I learned the plan had actually succeeded. I'd misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fay.
Of course he would have assumed that. It was written on the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author. Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Okay.
What do you mean?
What's the so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fay had disappeared is evidence enough. The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Are you implying?
When he had to say
No.
no. Feeny.
Dead silence. Is that Godot's phone? Whose phone is that? Oops.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn that off.
Sorry, it's my phone. Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
Okay, what about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave. It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Don't look so
What?
surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just got finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found in the sacred cavern.
Can't actually be telling me right now.
Told you,
Think
didn't
the
I?
facts through carefully.
She's dead.
Oh fuck, what kind of purple was that? God damn you, Wikipedia.
Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
Oh god, why is that so tiny?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River.
Bleh.
However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier. The bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
That's right!
I love the fact that the case with Mia before this one was basically giving you all of the ammo that you would need.
The biggest
this one.
fucking ammo! Threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do I have evidence that refutes this claim? Where's my goddamn map, motherfucker? It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows better than this witness. 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at the overhead map. Son of a bitch. Below the cliff is a big-ass rock shelf. She wouldn't have reached the river if she'd jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo.
So you finally figured it out.
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yeah, it's just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know that she didn't throw herself in the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there's a way to give Valdalia the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Where Maya is this very instant? She's in this very courtroom! I was wondering how she was coming here this whole time. There's only one person not accounted for.
That's
Dahlia
right.
Hawthorne.
Pearl is here in her own form.
Yep. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. Tell me something. At this very moment, who's channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey. That pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. It's the first time it's happened. Is there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? Could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. She couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone you called you before she could. And that's your girl right here! This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it. Misty Faye's gone. There's only one possibility left. I can't stand the tension! Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling Wright, you must be... Right you. Right you now must be Maya Faye!
God, why do I hate ribbons so much?
How could that be? Remember what the witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said her goal was to kill Maya Faye. That's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone trying to kill her...
Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. It's just like the Hobbit said in the Two Towers. The closer you are to danger, the farther you are from harm. What I'm going on about's the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason: to protect herself from you. To protect yourself from me. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing: killing Maya Faye. The path to the inner temple was closed off. There's nowhere for her to run. The problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? That would also explain why she was trapped in there. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. Don't say that. You're saying that I was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only other way Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. Stupid little girl has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea? Well... Oh! You did? My girl!
Mia!
So it's true. It was you. Oh, the fucking tag team! It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple Garden, and then in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in, asked me what I thought she should do. Can't believe it. Of course I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. I knew you couldn't be allowed to wander free. What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she'd succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Certainly sounds like that was the intent. Dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Another failure to add to the pile of My fucking girl over here! Yeah! Pounding her again! From beyond the grave! Post-mortem ponage!
Best girl.
Fuck! Oh! Get annihilated, Dahlia! Oh, baby! Got your hands on 2 milli. But after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. Because that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. Then 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this! You've messed up again! You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Please let her not have the poison on her. Please let her not have the poison on her. Please let her not have the poison on her.
How could she? Maya had her locked in the temple the whole time.
That's true. You spinster. You're supposed to kill Maya like I swore I would. If only you'd gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You'll never defeat me. Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. Yeah, girl! Because you were already dead, we couldn't punish you. And you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. It's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. Miserable, pathetic, weak creature you can never win at anything. For you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. Fucking God! This woman is pure fire!
Oh. That would explain why I suddenly don't have the density I need. Because I tried to do a thing with a frog.
The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh, it's all going to shit! It's all going to kingdom fuck, y'all! Oh.
Can you prove it's not a woman?
Holy shit.
Shit.
Not ready.
Shit, dog.
Not ready to go. Oh my
Oh.
God, the fucking text. The text box was fucking up. Oh. I assume you're the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears everything's finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as young Pearl Fey, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. Tragic of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my young brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. Damn. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the channeling technique. Isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years in the bench. In all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment to the case of Iris of Asakura.
Yes, Isis Faye.
Nope, we're not touching that one. What do you have, Godot?
I'm not going there.
What do you
Not
have,
going
Godot?
there.
You know, like the goddess.
I have to go.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet?
That's right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. And then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
That's right. The person that ultimately killed the spirit being that channeled Dahlia. Elise, no Misty. But who killed her?
We still don't know who did it. This isn't over?
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence.
No way. Court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution's ready to call our final witness. This one will clear up my whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney.
Very well. Who's the final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person that saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder took place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's just been through.
We need to find out the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial.
Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
Got some nerve.
That's not going to happen
It's
this
not wrong.
time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself.
This court's now in recess. It's kinda not wrong. Except when it's Gumshoe.
Yeah, Gumshoe has saved us a couple times. What have I done? Oh no!
Well, I mean,
Side,
I'm
please.
pretty sure that Fish means that he doesn't fall under the category of beautiful woman.
Yeah. He's missing all day. We didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right.
I mean, some could consider him a hunk of a man, but
When I met Iris at the training hall, they had already switched places. And Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
oh, fuck, I want to go with food, but I don't want to miss this. Oh, no, this is torture.
Well,
Here,
I'll tell you what. Once we hit the to be continued, I'll take we'll take a bit of a break.
Can we do
how
like a
does this chair work?
because I have real hunger and I really want to make like taco.
You spent an entire day locked in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. It was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was so smart, strong, never complained about a thing. That's why I promised I'd help her. You talking about the fake kidnapping case? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's half-sister, Valerie, ended up... How was the case that wounded Mia so bad? But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense lawyers, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and head for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. Alright, let's do this as you said. Okay. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff? Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. Wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see.
Defendant,
Yes.
the judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you later.
Oh, okay.
Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer, maybe even from the beginning. Phoenix. Mia! How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see.
You don't mean she learned who Elise really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. Trial's about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. The criminal wasn't there by accident, which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. So the criminal was something that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose. Alright, I've got it. Thanks, Mia. It's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyways? Who killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. All by myself. To be continued. Okay, so as I said, we'll take a quick break. I'm gonna go get some more coffee.
I have no idea how underwater hair works. It seems inconsistent as hell.
Maddie, this is your cue.
Squiggle.
Okay, thank you. I'll be right back. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
I will go to the bathroom and get myself another coffee. I'm gonna be staying up all night. But as for now, we'll be right back.
I'm just fucking doodling, so ignore me. Unless you don't want to ignore me, that's fine too. I'll talk. I'll keep people entertained.
just checking in. I've still got coffee going, but is Maddie back?
No, she's not.
All right, cool. I'm buying her a little time. Be right back again.
How does lighting work? Oh fuck! I need clipping layer.
Okay, I'm back. Any status on who is here currently?
Ollie.
Maddie's still making the food?
Yes, it seems that way.
I bought her a lot of time. Before we proceed, I'm just gonna take another look at the court record.
That's wrong color. There we go. I may need to recolor everything. But I like it the way it is, so I might just rewrite their description in D&D.
Mm-hmm.
That works, right?
It's the results of the test we performed earlier. Right. The knife. I think I hear Maddie rustling.
Not rustling.
Rustling.
Oh no. Gonna rustle our Jimmy's fishy.
Oh god. Okay. Okay.
I had to
Rustle
go.
our Jimmy's, run!
I had to go real slow to make sure I was buying time for you.
Oh god.
Don't worry.
Oh, take it.
We're only just about ready to find out the deal with the weapon, with the knife, with the dagger.
Okay. Alright.
You didn't
haven't
miss
gotten to the
anything.
moment yet. That means I can still clip it when it happens.
However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart the trial. Wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger, then whose was it? Shit's rapidly coming to the close. Both sides will need some big evidence.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly.
Agreed. I have with me 2 drinks that look like this. They are both coffee, they are both decaf, and they have both been spiked with 1 shot of Irish cream.
Nice.
I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. According to the magazine, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fate Clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. Alright, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. You witnessed the moment of Miss Elise's murder. Is that correct? I didn't see any...
Objection! Straighten up this moment, young lady. Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching this whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out. You've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Alright. At the Inner Temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and landed against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. The person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Think hard. Sorry, Nick, I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. In your cross-examination. Hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. You don't mean, was it? I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood. She's saying that's when Miss was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer. At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting in the snow,
I'm sure blood got on everything around me.
Oh, nice.
Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. The day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. Did Iris actually come like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. Oh, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
But after that, your attacker was in front of you.
Oh, let me think for a sec. Sorry, I just can't remember. She's really having a hard time.
I'm sorry, girl.
Come on, this isn't making sense. Well, let me think. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It's not good to have too much light around when someone's undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect. It was dark in the night of the crime, which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something. I guess not. The identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by at least Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
Against the stone lantern.
What happened afterwards?
Attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There was only two things rolling around at the time in my head.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. And for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd, considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
It's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. What'd you do then?
You think you screamed, "Help me," but you're not sure? Listen, I was in complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Man, woman, adult, child, I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Yeah, I would have soiled my robes.
I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope. I wonder what she meant by last hope. I shouldn't go overboard. For the time being, I'll just play it by ear. Okay.
How were you saved? You don't even remember that?
No, I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
It's too bad. Side by side with Maya for 3 years. When she hides something, I can tell by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Alright. Time to get those thingies. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No, that's what you said. You said my last hope.
What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
You testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like what you do what do you call when that happens? She's not doing well up there. Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What'd you just say? That's right. It was the person behind the attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker there was another person?
I am. Well, I am meant to keep that part a secret.
Oh!
What have I done?
Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
The information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. See a man behind the attacker. A man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see.
She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte's there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns, so I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
Interesting. That runs counter to testimony that... Hang on. Do I have that? Sorry, Maya. There was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with this testimony.
What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in that garden that night.
No.
Order in the corridor, Mr. Godot, explain.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That's the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Is that even legal?
Mr. Dright's words are the milk and you're the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state's highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she'd make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it.
What'd you say?
If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick.
May I? Recall the witness's last statement about her attacker. She said she didn't know if it was a man or woman, an adult or child. And yet, the witness could describe the person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark she couldn't see the face of the attacker in front of her. I'm really sorry I'm having to do this, Maya. I don't quite get it yet.
Objection! Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other source of light at the time.
There are some things you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him.
For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
You talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It's pitch black. So...
No way.
What's your theory? I want to know.
No. It couldn't be. It couldn't be Godot.
Think about it. Why else did he not preside over the trial that first day?
Oh my
And
god.
why did he suddenly appear at Hazakura Temple the day that the bridge was fixed?
The only man who has a thing that would be able to be seen in the darkness. I can't believe it. Because it was pitch black, Miss Fey was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in the courtroom be turned off. But it can't be. Huh.
That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite.
Well, everyone, what do you think, everyone? Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what's the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Because it's true.
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you got
I
a
hate
question,
this.
ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya.
I thought the person who stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason.
What? What the?
Objection! Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit, the body was gone. All of the snow around the snow lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man?
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural you'd be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the criminal is a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
It's just lying there on the training hall floor. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
It's the person that carried you into the inner temple? Could only have been the killer.
That's what I think, too.
As the killer carried Maya into the inner temple.
By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had been changed. I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. If that's true, there's one thing still bothering me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? It's true. It's hard to see how that would be any advantage. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Oh no. Did he do it to try and protect her and cover up for Maya?
I'm gonna let you keep going.
Yeah, let me keep going. Cleaned up the snow. Probably cleaned up the snow to get rid of all the blood. If Maya said a warm thing was washed over her, it could have been blood, but there was no blood on the floor. That's the only explanation. Longfellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away? It's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. There's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount. It's true. Could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. A red herring, maybe? Maybe not. Since the person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
Can I remind you about something about the Godot?
Sure.
There's something that you can't see.
He didn't know, so he did everything surrounding just to be safe. Moving the body, pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. Why do all that?
Now it also makes sense as to why he was so distressed when Maya's name was written on the lantern.
Yeah. Torches were lit. What was the statement that said I needed more?
The second statement.
Ah, shit. I hit the third. My bad. I'll just. Snow around the stone lantern to be carefully cleaned up.
It looks like you're pressing through this faster than I thought you would, so we might be able to start either AJ or the Edgeworth games tomorrow.
I think the one that comes next is, Apollo. I remember getting the chronology for it. Truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you'd done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Sure it had. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. Add that to your testimony. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did it for your sake. Well, the body and the blood hadn't been removed. It would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? I suppose that's true. If that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master Kurain killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. Oh my god. Okay.
I think you know what you need to do.
Okay.
I don't actually. Do I just present
With the
Gateau's
one piece of
profile?
Remember the one piece of evidence that the killer forgot to clean? Or didn't notice?
The dagger.
Nope. Not
Oh.
there.
The lantern. Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
The body was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple courtyard. At the garden, the real crime scene, the snow we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that still seems somewhat odd.
Oh, and what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written on blood in the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern, Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, why didn't he wipe the writing off the lantern? Oh, I can already feel like this is gonna suck. I already feel like this is gonna hurt. I already feel it coming. Doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written on blood in the lantern? The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean they didn't notice it. That doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way a normal person would go missing that. You're right. There is no way a normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be?
This is gonna suck. Oh, this is gonna hurt. I just know this is gonna hurt. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight's pretty messed up. With these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
Can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? The lantern was submitted as evidence today. I'd like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern is clean as a whistle.
Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct?
Oh.
You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once
Color
before.
is my tie, kiddo.
During the poisoning case at Tribulations.
This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time and somehow spilled coffee on.
There's
Oh,
something
I accidentally fucking paused the stream.
Mr. Godot, why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain all stammered on the floor.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
Could see the coffee on the white apron. Couldn't see the ketchup. Because it was red.
Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo,
did
those letters would have
anyone-
appeared black to me. I wonder.
Question. Did someone actually believe that ketchup was a blood stain?
The judge did.
You would think in this line of work you'd be able to tell the difference between a blood stain and some ketchup.
Just as dumb as a
It's
Metal Gear
nice.
Solid genome soldier. Are you admitting
Just
it?
as dumb as my fucking picture of my character.
Are you admitting you couldn't see the red writing on the lantern?
I started giving up because I want to actually draw good ref and not chippy anymore. And also I want to sleep.
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
I wasn't sure about it up until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot's the murderer? But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth.
Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You're the murderer of Miss Elise, also known as Miss Misty Fey.
It's hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Miss Wright brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like my name's written there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trite.
The answer's right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow, how so? How so in the snow? Why did the killer move all the snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If they wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take that area out?
Yes, why didn't they just take that area out? Ah! Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of it. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not at all. Torches were all lit. They would have been able to see fine.
It seems, once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least.
Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Hold it! Oh boy.
Wait just a minute.
What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up after the old bridge got fixed.
Maya, you can't testify to something like that.
What? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. You senile old man, we established this a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh,
that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add this to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Nicely done, Trite.
Let's hear the witness's testimony.
Tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But that little girl was there at the Inner Temple, too.
Are you about?
Pearlie was also stuck at the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Who's this Pearlie?
It's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath.
Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-exam. The defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started. Also stuck in the Inner Temple side that night. Where did you think Pearl slept last night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
Even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place?
Seems Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew the spiritual training I was about to undergo was intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise. Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire Inner Temple side, end to end. Well, you see,
Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone. There weren't that many places to look. She said she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple has 2 structures, the training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There's a storage shack, too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that's the first place I would investigate.
It's possible someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
The bridge was finally fixed. She was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, at least we... She had one for the sake of clever. Ugh! Dahlia Hawthorne was busy battling the trick lock.
She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened at the bridge after the bridge was finally bridged?
My fucking brain. Sometimes I realize I fuck up on a line and I just keep going for shits and giggles. It's your first time on the Air Temple side, Mr. Godot.
That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the fence ask me a question? Please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh, well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. Freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass.
So you had never visited, or either.
You want to say something, Wright?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the other side temple, right?
He found Pearly first, and my monitors went out for a sec, but it's back. And cheered her right up.
He cheered her up?
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Got it out. You're making me blush.
This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one.
Truth is, there aren't that many places to look at the inner temple side. Policemen were busy going over the gardens with a fine-tooth comb, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style.
I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. So you cheered Pearls up?
When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin Maya Fey.
Really?
The bridge had burned down, she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearly.
Noticed you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but couldn't find in me to tell her that, so I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth.
You had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise. He's also stuck in the inner temple side that night. Just looked around, couldn't find anyone.
Oh, that's right. I can tell you what the pun in Elise's name is now.
Oh, yeah?
Oh.
Her last name sounds like pseudonym.
Oh, wow. I was literally never able to pronounce that. Huh. That's... Whew, I would never have guessed that.
just remember that there were more options for pressing that last statement there.
Oh, shit. I actually dead-ass forgot. Thank you. You said you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Misty Fey, naturally, clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue of aroma of Western taste.
Western taste? Could you find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed to the prep room? Wait a sec. What did Godot just say now? I think I found a proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened, otherwise he couldn't have killed Elise.
Which means there's no possible way that he could have known about Misty Fey's portrait.
Right.
Objection.
Right evidence, wrong statement.
Damn. There we go. Mr. Godot, the first time he crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training garden. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge has been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the garden and the training hall looked like this. What's that delicious smell? Morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Gravy was much more a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll up until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any knowledge of knowing it was Misty Fey. Wait a minute, Nick. Yeah? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. That's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess it was a picture of Misty Fey there. True, but Mr. Degoe described Degoe. We got to go! What was underneath like this? Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue of an aroma of Western taste. Oh. Yes, it's possible he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known what she was wearing Japanese clothing, Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder. You were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place.
Can I ask you just one little thing, Wright?
What is it?
This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak to the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
Okay. So, I have inklings, but I don't know what the deal is. I know that...
Right.
Is it... Wait, before you say anything, is it just asking me for a person?
No.
It's not asking me for a person. Okay.
It is asking you for evidence.
For evidence. Person knew of the plan. Because, I mean, it's definitely... Misty knew. Like, Misty absolutely knew. She said her reason for coming there to begin with was that someone was about to fuck shit up.
Yeah, so she knew. Which means that there is a way for Godot to have known, but it does want evidence. And I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it was explained before. Oh, there it is, right in the description.
Opened once before. Crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found out that the instructions, they had already been unsealed. Sealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple.
And you're saying this crafty killer is me?
You bet I am.
But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
When was that?
During a visit. Visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
Could have been arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor.
Order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder couldn't have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness?
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl's nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see, and certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Considering the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect the witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot, for the same reason, huh?
Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. There's one person that lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot? His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, a tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise, but in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her, Diego Armando, senior defense lawyer at the office where Mia worked. It's all my fault Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet.
Ooh.
The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweet heart of hers. That's why I can never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident, and one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
I just remembered, 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports actually call it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down, my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
It's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle I even regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee.
You were asleep for 5 years?
Coffee would be the thing to wake him, wouldn't it?
It really would!
The worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I'd already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. The woman I loathed has been sentenced to death. The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
It's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there was only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons?
The first was you, Wright.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would never died, much less the way she died. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It's all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
That's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living? She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
You mean me?
You're the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Kurain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about it.
That's when you overheard Pearl's visit.
I knew the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep the girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall on my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
How'd you contact my mother?
She'd been missing for almost
20 years. Whoops, that was fucking... Wow, Maya, didn't know you could do a Godot impression. Officially.
Don't worry about it.
You heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. The master of the Kurain had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. Police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. The one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
I thought this was the case. There's only one reason why Elise would channel Dahlia. Do it to... yeah. The only way to do that was to block it by channeling her first. I'd suspected this for a while now. We need to book something together. Ugh, this sucks.
We thought we could prevent her from playing a part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master of Kurain, Misty Faye's powers were supreme, so that's how it went down.
She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Wright. There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense lawyer, but you're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Cadeau.
Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt you can finish this.
No, Nick, please don't. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect him. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. He's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia and me.
Maya, I know that. But even so, it doesn't absolve him. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Oh, this sucks. What exactly happened at the time of murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
3 red lights. I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them.
Sorry, I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, Trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling me the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Okay. wish I didn't have to do it. For some reason, I get the feeling that some part of Godot actually wants me to. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... Just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Because you thought the lights were coming from his mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember after all. There was another person I couldn't identify in front of me. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. Ask for help. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably, just at that moment. A soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So the killer was stabbed with the victim with a murder weapon behind, is that right?
I doubt Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
Struck back. How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movements. Also the smell of blood. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Yes, I think so, but... Red lights went out, the whole area was dark. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged, or maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right.
Or maybe those little red pinhead things looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened then? It was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then that scream came from the killer.
It's gotta be it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
Killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow. I guess.
Oh, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I kinda wonder... I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
Makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Oh, Judge. Remember the testimony she gave? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she'd already been splattered with the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in the body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Wright.
There's only one thing I can think of. Could have been used as the weapon here.
Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by her staff. What could she have used to strike back?
Naturally, the dagger that the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
That's right, I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene stuck into a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and managed to wound him as well.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded. For all we know, the blood could have been from the victim.
Nope! We know for sure it wasn't the victim! Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have made a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. DNA analysis of blood would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it proves that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Wright.
Order in the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even if you won't be able to change the results of a scientific test.
Let me ask you something, Wright. Let's say it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found in the morning by the detective and brought to me. There was already a bloodstain on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought the dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes, what does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and planted another person's blood on it.
It can't be.
There's one thing I can guarantee, right? That blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
In any event, it seems established the killer was wounded. Continue with your testimony. Hold it! Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger? You said it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloodied or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Oh. That's right. Once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes. She actually got me there.
Order in the court. What the witness says is true.
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone bring a change of clothes?
The judge just takes smart pills during the last recess. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
That's impossible, Wright. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. So that's all you got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
If Mia Fey were here.
So come on, Wright, can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. Can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
Question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it. Oh, the old...
Here we go. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty?
You trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break.
The
You got
power
nothing,
of
right?
friendship.
So what do I do at a time like this? I gotta
That's
think
the evidence
outside
you
the
need,
box.
right?
Approach this from a different angle. Alright. Give me some time. Because I don't exactly know. It's one thing I've
No, it's
demonstrated.
the power of friendship.
The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
We decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should be a bloodstain on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I don't need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line. Final stop, Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
Where's the location? This is interesting.
I mean, I was thinking under his mask. Also, this is a sick remix.
I was hoping you'd pop off when that showed up.
That's a sick remix. I don't know how to... Do I present his profile and then his profile will show me his face and then I click on his face?
His profile. Let me see.
Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Wright? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! Yeah, let's go! During the fight, the red lights given off suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face, Mr. Godot. Do you mind removing it? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Oh! Holy shit!
Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. Truth is, the only person I can never find it in my heart to forgive was me. I was the one that failed to protect her, me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, escape the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask, threw away my true name. Couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyways.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I'd really wanted to save you, there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? You talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect her? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years ago? Could it have just been revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in a courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Goodell.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound. It's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Ooh.
The time really is all over, isn't it, defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in and of itself.
I understand, Your Honor.
Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I handed down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what?
For the case 6 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 6 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. Two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Eh? We only met twice?
The first time you met
Twice?
was on the...
Oh my god. That was the 5 lock at the very beginning. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... It was you. It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me. Feeny.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 6 months.
Why? Why do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
She was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her to not do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. That's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I feel that something even as simple as that. 6 months and I couldn't get it back. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. I would have done whatever necessary to stop her.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck.
I'm not crying.
I'm not crying either.
Fuck.
Mom wasn't crying.
No one is crying.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so too, Phoenix Wright?
Hey! Yeah! Holy shit, I've been doing that the whole game! Expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty! Boom! Court is adjourned!
And 100 biddies for Maddie.
Thank you for those biddies. Oh, thank you so much. I guess it's all over.
Rip. No, also, no one is crying still.
Yo,
Fine,
what's
well,
up, Monokins?
No one's crying. We're not
No
crying
one-
at all.
No one's crying.
No one's crying. At
Of course,
all.
justice was served. Proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't have saved Mr. Armando. Man who cared deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. With that verdict, I think one day you'll understand too. I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense lawyer could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix.
Ah, fucking hell. I've handled a lot of cases, seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I've found myself asking one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Hey, Maya.
Guess it's just like Sis said. When I channeled Mia to get advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back on my notebook.
Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. Ah, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, Sis, I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything. Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? Brutally attacked and saw your mother. Oh, Francisca! Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Hey, Edgeworth! Excellent work, Wright. How'd you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me, believe it or not. If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. Where were you, Nick?
I heard he fell into a river and caught the nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training.
Anyways, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca.
I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? What's up, Larry?
Larry.
Fuck you, Larry.
No, I will steal your bones. I will steal your bones, Larry.
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once. It's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh,
Yeah, for me to steal your bones.
Steal his bones!
Steal his bones.
Thank you for the
Steal
biddies.
his bones. Steal
Oh,
his bones.
thank you so much, so much. Yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed.
Bone theft is a serious crime.
This bone.
Certainly can't say it's lacking in resemblance.
Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well too? Ah! My beauty cannot possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put in was worth something. So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book, Franzi's Whiplash. Ah! Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting
Steal
portraits is
his
the only thing
bones.
I'm good at. Painting of Pearl is pretty darn good too, if you ask me.
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearl's... Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearl.
All right, well, those two are, while she's away, steal his bones.
Steal the bones.
Steal his bones.
You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all this that happened.
Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person Maya's trying her best not to cry.
Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too. Aha! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who's Maya Fey being strong for? I mean, it's Pearl, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Furly, Furly, Furly.
Fey. Poor kid. After all, the
Tiny
reason she
baby.
worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Stone Cold Edgeworth was able to get the read on Maya's feelings. Yeah.
Edgeworth, help me steal his bones.
He's getting there slowly but surely.
He's getting there. Shows how truly devoted she is to Maya.
Pearly is a tiny baby.
It's a cruel
10 out of
irony
10 must
certainly,
protect.
That it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
That's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! So this is where you all were! Looks like we got quite the bunch here today. What was that for? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My tip just seems to have a mind of its own. Sup, Detective Gumshoe? You know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on the win! Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class restaurant tonight. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That VIP was your reward. Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien, where else? Oh, I knew it. We're doomed.
Oh, God.
It's the Y button, right? I need to do one thing really quick. Don't worry. It'll only take a few if I can fucking find it. I
There's a
just
place.
need
Yeah, you'd think.
that. Thanks. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awful long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Surprised the place didn't get closed down. Yeah, you're true. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she
Find
just
that
went
child.
back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. No one heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she's
Find
been
that
badly hurt
child.
by the incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that's befallen you, Maya.
None of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal?
Could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick.
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right?
We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Yeah, figured. Main gate, Hazakura Temple. I'm sure he tried Trabian food. He should know how awful it is. You know, I mean, maybe it's just to mix it up from the instant ramen. That's where this whole incident started.
Is this?
Yeah.
You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here. Pearly's here. She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Maya, the hanging scroll. How the hell did you manage that?
It's gotta be pearls.
Pearly, why'd you just leave like that? Mystic Maya.
Oh, fuck.
Not gonna cry.
I swore.
Pearly.
I'd never troubled you
Don't-
again. It's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here.
It's the least I could do. Pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad my mother's gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be still alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people who went there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter, but still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Fuck. His spirit was with her, that's why her mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, it was the contents. I knew it! I knew it! I fucking knew that was a container! I called that shit! I called that shit like 2 sessions ago! Oh, it's gonna be a picture of them, isn't it?
It's gonna make me cry if
It's
they
gonna be
show
a
it.
picture of them, isn't it? Oh, I can't deal.
Oh,
Oh no.
Daddy, what do you brought up?
Oh no!
Bro, yeah.
battle is over, and the bonds that connected us are severed. We'll always return, time and time again. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm not.
She was always thinking of them. Oh fuck, oh, it's coming. Oh, it's happening.
I told you that it was broken at least one more time before.
How many times is that freaking are gonna break though?
About as many times as our fucking hearts over this damn thing.
Shit. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. I'll be back for more training, I promise. I won't go easy on you just because
The
you're a
high-res
future
version, just for extra feels.
Why would you do this to me, Maddie? That's just cruel.
Then Maya's gonna get 2 daughters and they're gonna break it. I'm calling it. Alright.
It's gonna be
We're gonna have a
fuck,
great
how many
feast
games
today.
are out? Add 2.
Training's a battle of endurance. Oh, fuck. I'll eat lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but reservations for training is fine and all. But why for 3? What do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini takes special care of you. It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally. That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come back next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too. Well done. Here goes nothing. Hey. Oh, it didn't have me hold the button and do it. Fuck, I was planning on that. I even bound the key for it prematurely. Fuck. I really have to work extra hard now. Master of Crane and office manager of Wright & Co. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. As long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Oh, this fucking credits though. The song though. It's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation. Oh fuck. Pearl's gonna kill me. And not in a meaning way, she's gonna accidentally kill me. Oh, holy fuck. Hey, Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. Guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat's just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Ew. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's nasty. Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Kurain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen in almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. I see. She taught you how to use a whip, you say? Yeah.
Now do you see why the ship is strong?
I see why the ship is strong now. Desi and I have started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting. We've dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're in the worst criminals. Holy shit. That's the shadiest shit I've ever heard. Holy shit. Gumshoe shat his pants confirmed.
Mr. Wright, I want to thank you for exterminating Don Tigre. I returned the 500,000 along with the tea set, special thick tea, one I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
Viola, you're great. You're amazing. I love you. This plan will totally work. Hey, police.
I'm just an old in the way, wrinkly, crumply, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Nice.
Fucking hell.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Eld. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. Oh my god, another fucking... As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly, considering it was another name that was a palindrome. My, more reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for ours to come back.
Palindrome the company, indeed. Oh, fuck.
You turned into such a respectable man, Phoebe. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Objection!
Okay.
Yo, my boy Ben Judd. Hell yeah, with the Edgeworth. I don't remember the credits going through all the people in the first three. Not like
Because
this.
this was supposed to be the end of the trilogy.
Oh man. Oh, with that hair flip though. That one's for you.
I still kind of want to cosplay Mia, but I can't do that without a Maya. I refuse. You can't make me.
Yeah, well, what if I cosplay me and you cosplay Maya?
What if, what if?
Fuck, that means I'd have to deal with that wig. Well, the wig can't be too bad now that I've gotten a little better. Hold on.
Oh, she's going too fast. Thanks, please don't Ray blast me. No, I only joined for the ending, but goddamn, that remains my favorite game in the series. Yeah, I can't blame you. This is I'm cruising through as a marathon. Franzie's whiplash splat is gonna turn the art in the world. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all.
I still
Squinting at reference work. Is this fan art or official?
Damn.
Because I don't know.
Oh, hell yeah.
I can only assume she can.
Sick
back.
group picture, bro. Yeah!
Oh, that's a cute one.
What a fucking badass trio. This remains my favorite game in the series. Hey, I'm glad you came here for the end, and I'm glad you did it. Like, I'm glad you already played it, so I didn't spoil the ending for you. This is the first time I'm playing any of these, and yeah, hey, we did it. That's the trilogy.
So, final thoughts on this game, and then final thoughts on the original trilogy.
Final thoughts on this game. Oh, thank you for the join, Monokins. Monokins? Mono? I don't know. But thank you for the follow. I'll get to my final thoughts, but just to say while everyone's here, if you want to keep track of my streams, you can follow my stream Twitter. It's just dedicated to tomato. It's just dedicated to schedule updates and when my streams go up, and that's it. That's all you need to worry about. Final thoughts for this game. Probably my favorite in the trilogy. It really fucking ramped up. I think the fact that a lot of the cases kind of interwove with each other in this game alone, like not even talking about the other two games, but like the fact that they interwove with each other without it feeling samey or forced was really, really cool. That freaking finale is superb. Fucking Mia clobbering Dahlia again and just fucking, oh man, that sent me, dog. That sent me. I was just like, you go fucking get her. Just,
I feel like he was sending in that moment.
the post-mortem ponage. It's crazy, dog.
I am trying to
Fucking
think.
good. Mia is on another level.
Okay. So I'm seeing one design.
Bridge to
What?
Turnabout? Which one was that one?
Yeah, that's
No.
the last one.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I can definitely see why. I might have to, like, honestly, it's really hard for me. The finales of all three of them, in my opinion, are the best ones. Like, I'm not sure I'd be able to choose just like all of the final cases, excluding, when I say final case, I mean for the first one, the one with Manfred and Edgeworth, because that was the original final case.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the Emma one, but the Emma one I liked. I liked the Emma one. But yeah, like Phoenix, Edgeworth, Manfred, Phoenix, Two-Face guy, I can't remember the name, and Francisca, and
Oh, Matt.
yeah, Matt, that's the one.
Two-Face.
Yeah, case 5's more of an extra case. I was told that by Maddie, who is here right now. By the way, if you're gonna stick around, I probably should just tell you, Maddie, say hi.
Damn it, why was I not on the right thing?
Objection!
And Ollie, say hi.
Hi.
So there you go, that's a thing. TNT had strongest middle cases of the trio. I didn't really care for the circus case as much as the rest of them, but I see where you're coming from with the other one, though. I can't remember what the other one was, except I genuinely liked it. I don't know. I kind of feel like the but still, biased against Turnabout Samurai and Turnabout Big Top. Fair enough. Wait, I thought... Oh, shit! Sorry. I was mixing up, Trials and Tribulations with Justice for All. I was talking about Big Top. I didn't care much for Big Top either. Case 3 syndrome? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, no, I really didn't care for Big Top myself. This game's case 3 was, très bien, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have no idea, but I am
Oh,
tired.
yeah, this case 3 was pretty bad. The
Okay,
second case was, the second case was West West.
Yeah. I kind of concur with that then. Tribulations was easily probably my least favorite case in the whole trilogy, actually. I really felt like they left a lot on the table in that case that really deserved to be further examined and scrutinized. And a lot that I just didn't buy, like, at all. Although, I like Viola. Okay, I have a type, I'm sorry. But yeah. Tribulations, probably my least favorite case, in the series. But, I gotta say, probably my most favorite case was that last one there. Just because, I mean, I kind of have to wonder how much credit I attribute that last case to Trials and Tribulations as opposed to the whole series in general. Because it definitely wouldn't have had the same impact if someone, say, started here, even if you were getting explanations. Which you were in props, but...
I mean, there was just so much cool shit in that
Yeah.
case. Like the fact that you got to play as Edgeworth, the fact that you... The final objection getting the cornered theme from 2001.
That shit was good. That shit was good. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was a remix. I heard some things mixed differently.
Believe it or not, it's actually the GBA version. So yeah, it is the original.
Really? Okay. So the DS version in the first game is slightly different.
It's slightly remastered.
That actually makes it way cooler. Now that I know that, that's way cooler. Oh, man. Yeah. Mask to Mask was alright. You know, the first one's always kind of a stomp. But, yeah. I'm not sure. I want to say Trials and Tribulations might be my favorite. Yeah, the first case definitely had good story significance, that's for sure. Whereas, yeah, I guess the other two really are just there to kind of catch the player up to speed with the mechanics. This one did that, but also managed to thread it in with the rest of the game. That's something I can definitely appreciate. Yeah. I really fucking like this game. I really fucking like this series. I still think that, the Amnesia case... Oh, that was the first one from the second game, right?
Yeah.
Freaking Banana Glove. It was hilarious. I fucking commented that thing looked like bananas before anyone in the game commented on it, and it was like immediately everyone in the game was starting to make the jokes too, and I was like, well, fuck. But no, absolutely. Freaking Banana Glove.
That shit was bananas.
Bananas. But, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right, you clipped that, didn't you? I think this was a good-ass experience. A lot of ups, some downs. It's really weird to think that this game may contain my least favorite and my most favorite case in the same time. 'Cause that finale just now was... That was pretty fucking good. That was hella good. Yeah. I'm left with the good feelings. The good feelings. Still, I still don't think anything tops, the cornered theme from the first game. Godot is awesome. Godot might actually be my favorite prosecutor so far. In fact, yeah. I'd say Godot's my favorite prosecutor so far. Even when I
Also,
didn't know
that
his backstory, I would have said that. Yeah. The fucking coffee theme. That shit's smooth. Smooth.
Alright. I need to pass out.
That's super fair.
Right.
So that way
I
I
think,
have the energy to draw before Dungeons and Dragons tomorrow.
Edgeworth's great, but Godot fucking kills it. Absolutely. Any other questions, Maddie, in particular, before we shut the stream down?
I feel like I only have one thing left to say. You guys ready for it? The
Yeah?
game usually
No.
What is
is.
it?
Well, here goes nothing.
Nice. But,
Alright.
yeah. So, next time, as per usual, 10 p.m. Mountain Standard Time is my stream time. Every day, unless I say otherwise on my Twitch, on my Twitter. And, I will be back starting Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. And we'll be cruising through